It is now 10:08, and at this time, we're going to have a roll call to establish that we have a quorum.
Commissioner Linda Bar Williams.
Commissioner May Holmes live.
And we have Commissioner Robertson on the line. Commissioner
Present.
Robertson?
Introduce yourself.
Commissioner Calvin Robinson.
All right. And we have myself, Gerard Mooch, Commissioner Gerard Mooch, acting as the chair. We have with us today some people in the audience. If you will introduce yourself.
Yes, I'm Steve Bean with Soho Housing Partners. We are part of the development company that was selected by the Florence Housing Authority a year and a half ago to help redevelop some of your property, both through the RAD program and tax credit programs. So nice to be here.
All right.
And that's want to introduce our newest employee, Cynthia Willoughby, and today is her first day, and she's here training. She's going to be in training for a little while with Ms. Marla Coops to be our next benefits coordinator. And this is Cynthia.
Welcome, Ms. Cynthia Willoughby, and we're glad to have you here at Housing Authority.
Welcome.
Nice to meet you.
And we have our staff with us.
Casey Morris, HR Administrator, as well as Safety and Security.
Shayna Sullivan, Executive Assistant.
And what else?
Oh, and the new Programs Administrator.
Okay. And Dr. Alfonso Bradley, Executive Director.
All right. At this time, we will have a prayer. Eternal Father, we pause to say thank you. We thank you for your grace and your mercy. And Father, we thank you for allowing us the opportunity to be able to come together, to be able to conduct the business of the Housing Authority. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
At this time, I will need a Attorney Coker.
Yeah. Attorney Coker? Jose Coker?
Cat family.
That's what's up.
Is it Kat? Her name could be Kat on the phone.
No, I just see two numbers.
Yes, ma'am. That should be cat family. Just so she can.
It's not Jose, it's Cat. But they're not.
You understand what I'm saying?
This saying.
Hi, this is Captain Bubba.
That's the attorney.
Oh, that's
Okay.
the attorney, okay.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
didn't know that's what y'all was saying. I never met her. Thank you.
At this time, I need a motion to approve the agenda.
At this time, I would like to, Commissioner Williams, I would like to add the travel policy to the agenda. If you have the travel policy for the board,
That's
The
on
board's
new,
travel policy.
the board's travel policy.
that's on the new business.
Yeah, that's under new business.
But that'll be under new business.
Need a second.
Right. Need a second slide.
I second.
So you've heard travel policy has been added to the agenda under new business. All in favor by saying aye.
Aye.
The opposers have the same option. If there's none, then the travel policy is added to the agenda. At this time, we have public participation, but it looks as though there's no one here. So we move to the next item, which is the approval of the previous board minutes from the regular meeting November the 21st and the unapproved minute reviewed by the attorney with correction from January 2023 to August 2023.
I'd like to table the approval of the minutes until we have a chance for everybody to be here and review them.
Right.
I second.
All right. So it's been, a motion has been made to table these minutes until everyone is here and it has been properly second. At this time, we'll poll and take the vote. All in favor of tabling the motion by saying aye.
Now let's go by name.
Aye.
Will you vote by name?
I, Linda Bar Williams. approve the,
Aye. May
agree with,
Holmes line.
table the minutes. We gotta get Reverend Robinson. Reverend
Commissioner Robinson?
I approve.
All right. So it's been properly voted upon. There are 3 yeas and there is no nays, and so it is so. At this time, do we have any unfinished business? No. I will move to the new business, which is meeting procedure change, request to be heard.
Let me go ahead. Okay, if you look in your packet, it should be in here. It's on page 13, where it says, should any person or group or organization request to be heard on a matter at the board meeting, such person, group, or organization shall submit in writing a request to the executive director to be placed on the agenda for that meeting at least 13 days prior to the meeting. And the request shall specifically state the reason for the appearance. And in addition, any 2 members of the board of commissioners may petition the chairperson or persons, groups, or organizations to appear before the board. So it can go 2 ways. Any person, group, or organization requested to be heard after initial appearance on the same issue or topic may appear at the discretion of the chairman of the board of commissioners. Okay. And any person, group, or organization when about to speak shall address themselves to the board, and in speaking shall avoid disrespect of the housing authority of any member of the board of commissioners or any member of the housing authority, and shall confine themselves to the topic of the request to appear. Then it says, no matter shall enter on the agenda or be heard by the commissioners unless it is within the board's authority or jurisdiction. Appearances before the board of commissioners are limited to 3 to 5 minutes, and written requests should be addressed to the executive director. And that's the new policy.
I have a question. Did we have a policy on this before this?
Excuse me, Commissioners. This is Ms. Bomba. Before we proceed, Mr. Hooker was disconnected and is requesting if he could be reached back into the meeting.
Yes, you can.
So we can reconnect them.
No problem.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
She needs to call an emergency.
Hey, can you call him and add him in on your end? We can only conference 2 people.
I cannot. I am overseas, and my phone when I'm overseas doesn't allow me to.
She's overseas. So you got a cell phone you can do it on?
I'm gonna try to go.
Hey, I got the agency cell phone. I got one.
This is the.
Okay. I just looked at the cover and I was like,
Yes, ma'am.
that's fancy.
Hey, Coca.
And that's just my thing.
Okay, he's
My
here.
Moultrie.
Oh, Dr. Moultrie has it.
Oh, yeah.
So you're on Ms. Coca.
I'm sorry, say that again?
You're on. I was just saying you're on.
Okay, thank you.
So what y'all gonna do about this right here?
Dr. Bradley,
So,
I got a question about this. I'd like to make a change to it. Instead of the chairman of the board deciding on whether someone should come to the meeting, I think it should be brought from you to the board and let us decide instead of letting the chairman decide. Because I think everybody should be able to come and speak to the board, because that's the next step.
so you saying any 2 members of the board can petition, you talking about on the initial appearance or the one after?
No, any person or group that want to come to the board, come to the
Okay, so the
meeting.
first time, so,
Uh-huh.
okay. So they are coming to me up here, and then they said they gave a second option of any 2 board members may petition the
No,
chairperson. You don't,
Not that one.
I think the
Any
second
person.
part where it
Okay, where it says on
any
discretion.
person or organization requesting to be heard in the presence of the prayer at the discretion of the chair of
Chair.
the board.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
I
What's
think
up?
at the
Take
last
chairman off.
meeting, we didn't want the chair to be able to make that decision. I think that should be a board
A board
decision,
decision, yeah.
as to whether or not a person come before the board, not just the chairperson.
Okay, of the Board of Commissioners.
Yeah.
Okay. Strike chairman of the board and put Board of Commissioners in there.
Yes, and that's fine, it looks good.
Okay, let me do that.
Maybe you had a, Commissioner, now you had a question?
Now, I was gonna ask, what was the procedures for this before? Or is this something new being implemented right
Something
now?
new. We didn't have.
We didn't have it before, okay.
And I think for clarity too, the former chairperson brought this policy. And one of the reasons why he brought the policy is because some of the stuff that people come for public participation for, it really is not really a board issue. It's internal day-to-day issue.
Right.
And they probably should follow the protocol of the day-to-day prior to coming to the board. And when they get to the board, then, we want to try to make sure that once they get to the board, they have exhausted all of their remedies, prior to coming to the board, with some of these day-to-day. We know the media is here, and they like the negative part. And so we want to make sure we don't give them the negative part, we keep them with the positive things. All right, Mr. Seth?
I like whatever it is, good and bad.
So, can I get a motion to,
Gotta ask, Commissioner Robinson his views on it.
Commissioner Robinson?
I agree with everything you just stated. Decisions should be board decisions and not the decision of one person.
All right. So, can I get a motion?
I move that we accept, and adopt this policy and put not just the chairman, but the entire board review. Request to be
Second,
heard.
Commissioner Robinson.
All right. You've heard it's been moved by Commissioner Linda Bar Williamson, second by Commissioner Robinson. At this time, is there any questions? If there are none, are we ready to vote? All in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the ayes have it. Next on the agenda, it is the 2024 meeting dates. It is in the packet.
Page 14.
On page
On the back.
14.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I have a question. These meetings today, for instance, the community, which I live, having a resident commission meeting scheduled at 1:00. And I know sometimes our meetings go over, beyond. Do they have access to knowing when these meetings are scheduled so they could probably refrain or do it later than,
They would have to. I know we posted on the webpage.
mhm.
I know it's on that.
Okay, but do you have, okay, it's posted on the website, the site managers, do they post their community meetings?
That's on the web. So in other words, you want us to coordinate this so we make sure we don't have any.
Right,
interference.
because I feel I need to be at these community
Yeah.
meetings, yeah, and I
Okay.
don't want them to conflict with the board meetings.
Yeah, we can look at that.
Okay.
Make sure that we don't have a conflict with that.
Okay.
You got that, Shana? We're gonna look at it and make sure that the times don't coordinate. Okay.
Thank you.
So for the 2024 meeting, if you don't mind, we'd like to table this item to go into executive session for further discussion.
I make a motion that we table this, the meetings, the monthly meetings until executive session.
And I can second that motion. May I?
You've heard the motion. It has been a motion to table these 2024 meetings until we get into executive session. All in favor by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. So that's 3 yeas. Commissioner Robinson says aye as well. The next on the agenda is C, telephone meetings. And
I make a motion that we cease our telephone meetings due to the fact that we're in litigation and our families could be home or it is telephone. I think it should be able to come in the meeting and it should be discussed professionally and in the executive session and the confidentiality of housing authority.
there's a motion on the floor.
I move that that motion be accepted.
The motion has been to move to discontinue the telephone meetings. It is a motion by Commissioner Linda Bar-Williams, but second by Commissioner May Lott. At this time, are we ready to vote, and can we vote by acclamation of names? All in favor by saying aye, will you say it with your name?
Aye.
I
Linda
have a question
Bar-Williams.
first, on readiness.
All right,
Okay.
state your readiness.
Yes, well, my only point is, like today's meeting, you know, I have a homegoing service at 11 o'clock. I'm on like 5 different boards. I can't be there all the time, every time. I'm in the privacy of my own study in the church. Nobody's near me. Nobody can hear what I'm saying. But I understand if you have to do it that way, you have to do it. I just wanted to point that out.
Okay. Let the record reflect that all that was said by Commissioner Robinson, and he stated his not readiness, and he stated his reason for his not readiness. At this time, are we ready to vote?
I, Linda Bar-Williams, vote to cease all housing authority telephone meetings.
All right.
I, Commissioner May Holmes Lyde, vote that we discontinue the telephone meetings unless it's an extreme emergency. And that should be known at least an hour or two before the meeting.
You can vote, but if you add that to it, then you're stating a not readiness. So,
I vote that we cease the meetings, telephone meetings.
so let the record reflect that there were 2 yeas, Commissioner Linda Bar-Williams and Commissioner May Lott, and let the record reflect that Commissioner Robinson stated his not readiness and he stated his reason for not readiness. And so, all telephone meetings has been ceased based upon the voting. Item D was the guidelines for the Housing Authority Florence Community Room.
I think at this time, we need the board to just approve the use of this community room. We have, I'm going to state, we have a lot of opportunities to provide training, not just to our agency, but to the community. The community can use this room for social events, what have you, and we just need the board to approve the use of it. And then once that's done, we work on the guidelines, specific guidelines for it.
Right. So at this time, we need a motion to approve the utilizing the community room to the public. I need a motion.
I motion that we accept the guidelines to use this room for community service.
All right.
I, Linda Bar-Williams, second that motion.
All right. It has been properly moved and second. Is there any questions? I'm ready to vote. All in favor by saying aye.
I, Linda Bar-Williams. Yes.
Aye.
Right. You've heard the motion. It's been properly seconded, properly voted upon. At this time, want to accept the motion, and it has been properly approved that we utilize the community room for the public. Item E on the agenda is the charge off.
Okay, if you look at page 15, 16, and 17 of your agenda packet, on page 15, we have all the vacated tenants with balances list. It was on the agenda last month, and the board requested that we delete all identifying information on the tenants, and you can see that they have been done, but the balances are still there. Each line represents a tenant. And you see the amount at the bottom for, this is for Housing Authority of Florence facilities. And then on page 16, you see the balance for Gregg Avenue Apartments. And on page 17, you see the balances for Lakota Crossing Apartments. And we just asking the board give us permission to charge these balances off as uncollectible.
I move that we charge the balances off as uncollectible for the Gregg Apartments, Lakota and
Housing Authority.
Housing Authority.
And I second that motion on the write-offs for Gregg Apartment, Housing Authority, and Lakota Crossing.
You have heard the motion to accept the charge offs. Are there any questions? Are we ready to vote?
Before we vote, I do have a question. When I was looking over this last night, the column that says rent, I know we probably went over this before. You have amount and the retro rent. When I see rent and retro rent, that means that the rent that they left the apartment owing, the complex owing.
Yeah, that's that they owe someone, whether it's they could have owed somebody else they live in the system, or the one they just left.
Okay, so do we have people living in, I know housing, but in Gregg and Lakota, paying zero rent? Am I correctly looking at that?
You mean the retro rent?
Yeah, okay, you got retro rent and retro rent.
Yeah. Yes, and both of them. Nobody's paying retro rent right now.
Okay.
And sometimes retro rent just simply means to, Mr. May, so you understand, say for example, Commissioner Linda was living in a apartment and she was working and she didn't report the work.
Okay.
Then the retro rent would be when they use the system to run her name and they find out that she was working and she didn't have reportable income. Okay. That will be the retro rent, meaning the back rent that she owed the housing authority. Okay. That they typically go after their SOX line of taxes.
Okay, so that balance would be, that amount would be reflected in the balance?
Yes.
That the resident owed?
Yes.
Okay.
And so not all the time you're gonna have retro rent.
Right.
Some
not
of
all
it,
the time we're gonna have
if they
that.
wasn't working, some of it's just rent that they, may have owed and just kind of skipped out.
Okay, and the column other, I see these figures somewhere, some of them are very large.
The other rent could be a number of things.
Fine.
Say for example, if just say Sheena came to my house and they were fighting and broke a window, and she ended up leaving. She still is responsible for that window. Mm-hmm. So that's what the other.
Okay, that's the other fees.
They get fined sometimes too for if they're not doing things. That probably would be in there too.
And I hope the board understands why I have those questions, because being the resident commissioner, sometimes that stuff leaks back to me and they want to know, well, I left and this and I got this bill I got to pay, I don't understand it and whatever not. Those kind of issues should be taken care in day to day and not get to me.
Right. Yeah, if they come to you with that, I think referring it to the, maybe the property manager of that.
Right, of that site.
And if that doesn't work, then of course you come to me, refer it to me, and then I'll figure it out.
Okay, all right, thank you. Now I'm ready.
All right. So, the travel policy, Commissioner Porter, we at the new business, we're at
Did y'all vote?
item E.
Did the vote accept the charge off?
Yes,
No.
we did.
No, we're at item
Let's do it
E,
again then.
and we're getting ready to vote to accept the charge off. If you recall, last month, we were gonna vote, but the tenant's name was on there.
Right.
And we didn't want to vote with the name, so they've made that correction.
And where are the charge offs? What page is that? 15, 16, and 17.
Those are the same figures.
Yes. Wait a minute, you said the same figures from last month?
Same figures, just with the names redacted.
Well, let's see, now that, well, we may have added some, because this is up to January.
Yeah, I remember it.
Yeah.
It's updated.
It's updated, yeah.
Would you add that extra month, December?
I'm prepared to vote.
Yeah.
Ready?
We're ready to vote.
All right. So you've heard the charge offs. At this time, I need a motion to accept the charge off.
I make the motion to accept the charge off.
I second that motion.
It's been, motion and second. We're ready to vote. Are there any questions? There's no question. We're ready to vote. All in favor by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, so the charge off has been accepted. Item F is the election of the board chair.
I added it to the agenda and I want it to be discussed.
Item F is the election of chair, and then the trial.
Oh, what else I was gonna say?
Oh, sorry.
I added the election of the chair. It's not added, it's on there, but I move that we, hold the election of the chair until until at a later time. We have so many vacant positions on the board, and we need more members on this board. So I think, and just have one election, instead of having an election here and then an election there. So I think we should table it, until another time.
So,
I second that motion.
all right, so the election of chair there's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Linda Bar Williams. It's been seconded by Commissioner Porter. Are there any questions? Are we ready to vote? All in favor by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, because of the seriousness of this, can we just vote by name,
Yeah.
if we will?
I, Linda Bar Williams. Vote yea.
I, May Holmes Lyde, vote yes.
Thomas Porter, vote yea.
Commissioner Robinson?
Robin, yay.
All right. So the yeas have it that we will table the election for the chair. Next on the item, we have a travel policy that was added to the agenda by Commissioner Linda Bar Williams.
I move that we talk about it in an executive session at this time. Move to executive session.
All right, so the travel policy has been moved to executive session. Next on the agenda is the agency reports. Creekside.
Okay, on page 18, you see the report. This is from our Deputy Executive Director, Jennifer Manning, who's not here today. Ms. Manning, she got the illness. I don't know whether it's COVID or flu, but it's one of she sent the doctor saying she got the flu, and she will be out until the 19th, which basically she'll be back next week. So she's out with the flu, and so I'm gonna be doing her report today. But okay, on the update on Creekside, you remember we initially started with 82 individuals impacted are being relocated from Creekside to the hotel, and this report was given last week. So at that time we had 5 residents housed in one of the hotels and 3 in the other, and 1 was pending eviction.
Pending eviction from the hotel.
Yeah, from the Creekside residents. Oh, yes. 1 was pending eviction. And of the 82, so that's 50, 60, 70, yeah. You see the numbers there, how many transferred to other public housing units. 28 were housed in Section 8, 12 moved all the way out of public housing. And so it says no 2 residents remaining in public housing that's in the hotel, and we got 5 residents with vouchers, but 3 of those are pending relocation. We got one of our sites that's not a part of us, but they're like to the public. They accept vouchers, and they had a turnover in ownership, which caused a delay in the units getting ready. So we got 3 of them that's just waiting for them to say, okay, y'all can come on. But they've already seen the rooms or what have you. But that's holding up 3 of them. And of course, I'm not sure who has been moved since Jennifer gave me this report. But we're looking. Actually, I'm going to be going and meeting with the Creekside to the residents at the hotel at 2:00 today. Just for the board to know, we may have 1 or 2 who don't want to leave the hotel, and we cannot continue to pay a hotel bill. And so for those who just resisting to the end, we're probably going to have to move them into other housing that does not cost the agency money to the hotel. We're going to provide some places for them to live. All of them have had, if they got a voucher, we've given them, we're going to give them 120 days to find some place, and then we still, work with them. If they in public housing, they get shown 2 different alternative sites to live in. If they didn't turn them down, then we've got to move on. We just can't keep this going. We don't really have to at this point, but we have enough vacant units for everybody. But if they just turning them down and then staying in the hotel, we can't do that. And we we do a good job with the housing authority as far as keeping all of our public housing units safe. We got security and they're clean. So there's not really a lot of excuses for that. There's not a lot of crime and stuff going on around the housing authority side. So there's not a lot of excuses to keep turning all these things down. So we got to put an end to it. So I just want the board to know, because you're probably going to get some calls from some of the ones I've heard who kind of like been bragging that they're going to stay there forever. They're going to stay there as long as they can. We got to put an end to it. So I just want to let y'all know about that.
Dr. I got one question. And these people that's in there now, they've already been warned and everything, right? You've done all I just want to make it clear.
Yeah,
You've done all the housing authority can do for them. And they've been warned, it's been documented where y'all have offered them places and they've turned them down.
And if they have a financial issue or whatever that they don't want to put just say if they got a voucher and they got to,
Yes.
pay rent, we offer assistance, all of that.
Okay. Well, you've done all that you can do, and I think that you should move forward.
Okay.
Also in the report too, let the record reflect that early on when this Creekside issue first came up, we have a policy that is in place that they could only turn down 2 opportunities. And once they have turned down those 2 opportunities, then, hey, they kind of made themselves homeless. So the board approved that policy early on. So just want the record to certainly reflect that and make sure the media who is here understands that and knows that there is a policy in place, and the staff have to follow that policy. They can't stay there forever, so they make themselves homeless if they don't take the opportunity to take advantage of the voucher system.
I just want to commend the staff and Dr. Bradley for having the patience with them. I love hotels myself, but I know I gotta go back home, so I thank y'all for really working with them and just having the patience with them. But now it's time to move forward, Dr. Bradley. Thank you.
Next thing on the agenda.
May I
Go ahead.
speak for just a moment? This is Commissioner Robinson. As I stated, I have an 11 o'clock homegoing service, and I need to excuse myself. And so please bear with me on that. And I will be in touch with the Vice Chairman and Dr. Bradley afterwards.
Yes, sir.
So let
God bless you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that at 10:43, Commissioner Robinson released the line. The next item on the agency report is item B, asset management.
Okay, asset management report is basically the occupancy report for the housing authority. If you look at all of this is on page 19, where it says status report. If you look at all of the sites that we own, including the scattered housing, the occupancy rate is 96.62%. And then at Pelican House is 97.10. Greg Apartments is 100%. Lakota Crossing is 98.15, and McGowan Commons is 100% occupancy.
Also, Dr. Bradley, in the asset management that I noticed this, if we can, we talk about management for, I guess, those of you who are new board members. There is also what they have mods, the houses that they put in mod, and that simply means that they take the house offline. Starting next month, if you don't mind, can you just let the board see the number of houses that we have in mod? Just because we want to make sure, I think we want to make sure that we're not just putting houses in mod and just letting them sit there, and they could be really simple things that could be fixed that people could actually utilize. So when they do their reports, again, if you don't mind, if they will show exactly like we got this many houses in mod.
Okay. Now, actually, that's on this report. I didn't mention it right there. You see right up under where it says it starts with Church Hill. That starts all of those units are in mod, or they in for modernization status. Right up under, we see Church Hill right at the bottom, right there starts there, right at the bottom, and then it goes to the back.
Yes.
And then you see scattered housing, Bridgeland, Creekside, because Creekside is going to be everything. So we got everything from Creekside over there. You see it. Those are all of the units that are in unit modernization status or mod. And you can see at the end the date it was approved to go in mod, and so you can also see how long they've been in mod. And so what we've been working that list very diligently. Those ones that were in there for a long time when I got here, we had some that was in mod for a long time, years. And so we were trying to get those back up and running, and we've been focusing on that as an agency. And so that's why you see a lot of the 2023 dates instead of 2020, and I think we may have one or two 20. I don't know. I don't see any 21s. Yeah, we got a few from Church Hill. But we're working on those. We started from those ones, the oldest ones, working our way up. And so we probably got somebody in there right now working those, and that'll come up in one of the other reports.
But the purpose of the reports, when they're in mod, they're still considered occupied, correct?
Right. As far as HUD is concerned, they don't count them against our occupancy rate.
Yeah, Commissioner Porter, too. The thing that we got to look for is sometimes I think people put them in mark just being lazy.
Right,
Like
right.
it could be a tile on the floor,
Right.
but just the tile is not a reason to not let somebody move in. You can move them in and tell them the tile has been ordered and they come. I mean, that's.
But then, by the same token, and I don't disagree, if it's something as simple as tile, then we should fix the tile and move them in. Like you said, if there's simple things that can be done. then
Fix
we
it right there.
go ahead, you know.
Yeah, don't put it in mark, go ahead and fix it.
Go ahead and fix it,
Right.
yeah.
Who makes the decision that they go into Mars? Is this after the inspection or what?
This maintenance department,
What is the policy on that?
recommend it
Recommend.
from
Okay.
and then HUD has to
Have to
approve it.
approve
HUD
it.
approves it,
Okay.
yeah. And we have to provide them all the information, and then they'll approve for being marked. Or they could deny it, you know.
Right.
HUD has a policy on, a time frame we have to fix stuff, right? So make sure we going by that policy, cause I think sometimes it's like 72 hours, 24 hours. It's according to, you know, I'm not saying, I don't have the policy in front of me, and I don't wanna quote it, but I do know they have a policy.
So
It's not like 2 weeks or 3 weeks.
So the
Unless it's something really bad.
occupy with the modernization, sometimes they could just take it offline. That we found in the past that there were some apartments that were took offline with simple things and just been there for years. Just very simple things that we could kind of, I think, do better with the modernization.
Oh, yeah. We wanna provide housing for everybody we can. We can't just have units sitting out there. And so that's why we started with the oldest ones and we're working our way up.
The whole community.
Correct. Absolutely.
All right. Are there any more questions?
No.
No, we don't have any.
Next thing on the agency report is item C, the Ross grant update.
Okay, we have, it's Hazel Mazan here, she can come over to the podium, and it's kind of I just notified her, I emailed her yesterday, and then she gotta go in today, so she's gonna give us, the best report she can. Thank you.
Okay. As stated, I am Hazel McCormick Luzon. I'm the Ross/Registered Service Coordinator for Florence. I'm going to speak on the last couple of months. For Christmas, all of my seniors, men and women in Florence, received gift bags that were purchased with money that I had donated. Zeta Sorority gave our seniors, I have in my office now, a box for all of my seniors, which is Happy New Year cards, and it comes with a little bag of candy. I received food boxes from the Salvation Army over the holidays that have to be distributed for 50 of our needy families. I have the nurses program from Francis Marion University coming in February to do screening for each complex in the Florence area. I had a program this past Saturday at Bridgeland Apartments in Timminsville with the Stand Fast project. They gave away coats, clothing, hot and cold food, and they will be doing the same program at Parkview Plaza on February the 3rd, and again at Pine Acres in Pamplico. We don't have a date for that one yet, and I'm trying to get them to go to McCall, since McCall is a part of Florence now. Mercy Medical will be doing screening and dental checkups for all of our residents in Florence starting in February. I also have a free clothing store that some of you may know about. It's at the Churchill Rock. Any housing resident that in need of anything, I have from beds to pots and pans and clothing, food, anything they need, they can come to me and we will deliver it to them at no charge. And that's what's happened for the last couple of months. Any questions?
How many residents have taken part in that free store program?
In which program?
Free store?
Lots of them. I haven't been counting who come, but if they call me, I have clothing, I have suits for young ladies. If they're going for job interviews, they come to me, I give them clothes, I have nice things. If I have someone that just moved in, they need beds, I have plenty beds that were donated to me. Full bed, not full beds, but the twin beds with the mattresses and the headboard and the frame. I have pots and pans, I have everything. Anytime any of y'all want to stop by the Rock and see my stuff, it's not organized, but you're welcome to stop by and do it.
I think it's a great program.
It is.
Are we letting all of the residents know about it?
Yes. All the residents in public housing know about my free store.
How do they, I know how do the new people know? Is the project managers kind of tell them about the store, or how do they know?
Well,
How does the word get out?
yes, ma'am.
Uh-huh.
When a resident move in,
Uh-huh.
if they're in need, they usually ask if we know of anybody who has, this or have that. And that's when the managers will call me, or they will tell them to come and see me.
Oh, okay.
And once they get in touch with me, then I'll meet them over there and I'll just let them.
Get what they need?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the project managers are ones who tell the
Yes,
new
ma'am.
people. Oh, okay.
And most everybody know about the free store. It's been over there as long as 24 years that I've been here.
Yeah, I know, but I'm thinking about the new people.
Yes,
But that's
ma'am.
good. Yeah, that's
But
good.
they tell them, because usually when they come in and they ask, then they know whatever they need, most likely I have it.
Right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you, too. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is item D, the contracts and maintenance.
Under contracts and maintenance, that starts on page 23 of your board packet. And it gives a summary, I guess, a outline of everything that's going on in terms of what contracts we have out there. We have an insurance project for the kitchen grease fire. That's the contractor has started the refurbishment today. Starts that today in Churchill. And then under scattered sites, we completed one roof replacement. Completed another roof replacement. Floor replacement. Currently working on 2 floor replacements and scattered sites. In Bridgeland, completed 1 roof replacement. Oakland Place completed 3 roof replacements. Lakota Crossing, we have an emergency plumbing repair, 2 emergency plumbing repairs that were abated. In Churchill, we are completing 6 apartment turnovers and make readies, and that's going to be, we're going to offer, that'll be one of the places that we offer some of those people from Creekside that's in the hotel. And so also I want to kind of, if you remember a couple of months ago, we had a new facilities management and director, and they went in and made ready, I think it was like 15 apartments, but we weren't able to use them but 2 of them because we have seniors at the hotel and they cannot have an upstairs bathroom. So a lot of those apartments that we thought we had ready for them, we couldn't use them for those people we have in the hotel. So that's why so those rooms are being made available to other residents, but we couldn't. They didn't fit any of the ones at the only 2 of the ones at the hotels.
Okay.
So we had to back up a point on that one. Okay. You see the issue with the Churchill sewer plumbing grant, and we're going to talk about. I think we're in executive session. We're going to talk about one of those.
Okay.
The number 17, payment number 17. And then for miscellaneous information, mandatory carbon monoxide testing was performed on December 15 through 19 in the public housing sites, Pine Park, Clyde, Court 1, Parkview Plaza, the elderly building. And we have RFQ out there for engineering and development services. Okay, you see where PACE's preservation partner, that's Mr. Abin here from Soho, is their company is working with that. Air quality solicitation for mold, asbestos, and lead paint, and we received 1 proposal. And on the back, let's see, the architect, engineering services for Creekside. We reviewed it and we awarded that bid to 1919 Architects. They're still are scheduled to come in. We gotta have a face-to-face meeting with them to sign some documents, and then they're gonna get started. And then, all the cameras are working properly on all of our facilities. So that's
Okay,
important.
good. Good report.
Okay. All the cameras are working properly. Are we on the list to get any more cameras? That's just something I want to ask.
All right, you know, you can put it, you can sure put it on there. You want, we can do that. You have the power to put it on there. I will put it on. I'll put it on.
Because we have areas that are not protected with the cameras at all.
Okay.
In the code.
Side is that?
And when I went to management, my site manager, she said there were some problems with, Wi-Fi signals and all that. That's why they stopped where they stopped. I didn't understand it, but she was trying to make me understand it, which I couldn't, but anyhow.
I wasn't actually aware of that, but, I'll get right on there. We'll get somebody over there.
Okay.
We'll get Eric to go over there.
Right, okay.
Is this Lakota?
Yes.
Commissioner? Lakota.
All right, Ms. Casey is, safety and security too, so she's going on.
Okay.
We'll check in on that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Next. Oh, you finished?
Are there any questions?
No question.
The next on the agency report is item F, which is the finance.
Okay, again, you know, we're still in the process of, hiring an individual or firm to take over director of finance duties, which is, one of them is reporting to the board about the finances. We have, our senior accountant, Judy Calhoun. Probably should have had her in it to do this, but, she has provided you with these reports here. And so I think it's starting with ending in, November the 30th. Okay, if you go down to page 25, I guess something of note is Florence is on the financial summary. Florence's business account experienced an operating loss for 2 months ending November 23 of $91,793. If you flip over, you can look at assets and the amounts there. I don't know if I want to say all that, but you see the 2,700,000 in total current assets. Total assets is $9,770,449. Liabilities $4,567,311. And total liabilities and assets is $9,770,449.04. Okay. That's it.
We received one bid for that.
Huh?
We got one bid in this morning for the accounting firm.
Okay, good.
Oh, so Dr. Bradley and Ms. Casey, so is that the only hold up? We're waiting on the bids so we can, it's a go, but we gotta get the bids in, is that the?
Yes, ma'am, we're bidding it out to, get the best
Okay.
qualified, firm.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
good. We need it. Good, very good, Doctor.
Yeah. And I do want to commend Judy Calhoun because she's taking on her job and Monica's job.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of work.
And training new people.
And training people, yeah. And so she's been working real hard. And, you know, I offered her more money and she turned it down. She didn't want it.
She's been here a long time.
She said she wanted to
35 years.
35 years, and that's a good thing.
So that's what we want to do.
I think too, I
Thank
would
her
like
from the
to
board, please. Thank her from the board.
thank Ms. Judy, but also before we move forward, I want to kind of make a recommendation. Commissioner Porter is over finance. And so whenever we get ready to get this finance firm, if it's all right with him, you know, it probably would be wise from the board perspective for him to sit in on the interview and try to.
I would love to, but even before we get there, I've raised some questions to the director about us making the decision to switch from an in-house person to a firm. I'm not so certain that that's the right move, as we spoke about.
Yeah. We, one of the things that, not just us, but I've spoken with, the county, administrator, from the city of Florence, from the school district superintendent. It is very difficult to hire individuals, with those type of skills because they're just not out there. Everybody's struggling to hire individuals.
Well, this agency has had an individual since it's been in operation. And again, to make that decision to switch with the intricacies of our finance is something that should have been and should still be discussed.
Well, I mean, we discuss it. Yeah. Well, I just want to point out too that this isn't the first time that it's happened.
Right, but I've tried to open this to a discussion a number of times, have I not?
Oh yeah, we can discuss it anytime. So you want to discuss it in executive? Okay, yes. That's good. All right, that's fine.
Next on the agenda is item F, the executive director report.
Okay, yeah, you can go ahead and dim it down some. We got a couple of things under the executive director's report. I'm gonna go back to one thing that was mentioned earlier about when y'all said y'all approved the use of this room here as a community room, and kind of anticipating that might happen. You know that we went through the new REACT Inspire inspection for Sherrall Housing Authority in November the 19th and 20th. And we learned a lot about, that's a new inspection that is quite a bit different from the old inspections that we have, and they're looking for different things. And it really requires a lot of different training for our maintenance workers. And so we decided that we want to have a training workshop for all of them, not just all of our maintenance staff, but we're going to open it up to all housing authorities within, the PD area or maybe beyond to use our facility to come in and be trained on the new Inspire inspection protocol. And we're going to, have it sent out there where it'll be like we holding a workshop here. Everybody's paying, and hopefully if we get enough outside people, it's going to pay for the workshop. But we want to do things like that, not, to try to team up with other agencies, what have you, because not many housing authorities have a facility like this. And instead of paying to go to Columbia or California or what have you, we got a nice enough facility right here that we can do that, and we can make money off of it, and we can help all these other agencies and help ourselves. So we've contacted one of the top Inspire inspectors. I know his first name is Lord. I don't get his last name, but he has agreed to put on a workshop here on it'll be during the last week of February. And so we're going to send that on out to all the housing authorities, and whoever comes in, we're going to let them be a part of the training as well.
I got one thing to say. It's a great idea, and I think you should not offer it just to the PD, but I think in South Carolina.
Yeah, just put it all
to
out.
put it in South Carolina, because you can hold a lot of people in here. How many people can get in this room? What's the occupancy of this room? Oh yeah.
I think when they originally,
I think it's about 300.
We had an issue with the actual trainer and the size of the class, because the second part is actually a hands-on type out in the back.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So we had to kind of limit it because of that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's right. Day one is in here training. Day two is go out into the apartments and the units and have a hands-on training.
Oh.
So it's a 2-day training, and so that's both of that is a part of it.
Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. I see.
All right.
But
Okay.
for other trainings, yes.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
Yep. Okay. Let's see. Other thing in executive session. Not in executive session. Excuse me. For my. Okay. So you remember last month, I talked about the different sites that we have, housing authority owns, and trying to develop these sites. So, and we talked about, and we showed you the 15 acres at Fairfield Circle, and we showed you our property at 400 Pine Street, which is the old housing authority, and we talked some about the potential for developing that. But now the third one is Oakland Place Apartments. This is what I want to show you today and talk to you. And we actually are a lot further along in the development process with this one than any of the others. And so in executive session, you're going to get Mr. Bean here from Soho is going to give you a presentation on something that we can do like right away.
Okay.
That will get the ball rolling and do what we all really came here to do, which is provide affordable housing that is very nice, new. Most of our public housing units have been built 50 years ago, some 60 years ago,
Yeah.
and there's only so much repair you can do. It's time to, at least gut them all out and
Yes.
provide really nice places for people to live. That's just as good as anywhere else, and that's what we want to do. But Oakland Place Apartments has 64 units out there on 16 acres, and of course, public housing owns the entire. What happened here? Did I do something wrong? Oh, there we go. All right, this is an aerial view, and I'm gonna try to use this pointer here. And I know I'm gonna give your eyes a chance to adjust, but anyway, this road here is Oakland Avenue. That's Oakland Avenue in North Florence. If up here, Alda Jones Park would be up here, just so you know. And this is Oakland Avenue. And this is one side of the road. This is our apartments on one side of the road. And these are the apartments on the other side right here. So this is what we're looking at redeveloping. And like I said, I don't think we've had anything. Well, if you go straight further down Oakland Avenue, the last one you get to Royal Street, that's where McGowan Commons, and that was, I think that was done maybe like 2011 or something like that. But this is where we plan to try to get something going right away. And
Are we talking about remodeling those units or building new units?
The developer's gonna go over that, but I'm just saying, we're looking at a total rehab, which is almost like gutted all the way out. I think he's gonna tell you that we're looking at spending about $140,000 on each unit.
So we're not talking about creating any new units as far as our inventory goes. We're talking about rehabbing existing units.
On this project.
For the 64 that you just showed,
Yes.
Those are rehabs, not new builds, correct? Like you just said.
Right. As he'll probably explain to you, you got to look at the biggest bang for the buck, and if you look at those facilities, the structure of it and everything, we could do more.
So I guess
for the residents.
what I'm asking is this: are we going to increase our inventory?
No.
Or we just
We'll still have 64.
Rehab, okay. Now you said the biggest bang for the buck. Are these units, are we haven't done, okay, so are we going in and looking at them and saying, this unit needs to be rehabbed because of this? And I'm asking, because you're saying biggest bang for the buck, we're not increasing inventory. So I'm asking, what are we gonna do? Increase rent, or does this whole facility need to be rehabbed, or can that money, you said $140,000 per unit. So if we're doing a new build, then will we spend $140,000 per unit on a new build?
Depends on that a lot. That depends on a lot, Mr. Porter.
We can talk about it.
Yeah, when we get back there.
No.
I understand you saying.
I understand that, but this is the general question that would apply to any project.
Yeah, it would depend on how much what you're building.
We had some product that we showed.
I mean, and we can speak to
If you don't mind, can we just talk about it in the executive session?
Right.
That's fine. Okay. So, and I just want to give that, so let the public know that you know, even though we've had some issues and stuff, we got to do some fixing some things that were done in the past. We got to make them right. But we haven't taken our eye off the ball in terms of improving our inventory, upgrading our inventory, providing housing opportunities for our residents that's second to none. And this is something that y'all gonna hear. That's an opportunity for us to do that. And I look forward to the board hearing the presentation and us working out whatever we got to do to get this going.
What's the consideration of while doing this remodeling, renovation, whatever you call it, how does this affect the tenants?
Good question. He's going to talk about an architect. I mean, this is going to be.
That's something we're going to talk about.
We can talk about that. Okay. I mean, it's not really going to affect the tenants that much. They're not going to have to pay anymore, but they're just going to live in a better.
It's going to benefit the tenants, but I'm talking about doing the renovation.
Okay. Yeah. During the renovation process, they're going to have to be relocated.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Like for instance, I'm not saying it's going to be this way, but just say if we decided we're going to start over here on this side of the road and relocate all of these people, and then we can, if we tear down or just strip it out, to gut it out or what have you, and then rebuild the new things right here, and they'll have opportunity to move back in.
So we're going back to the motel thing again?
No, it wouldn't be that way.
No.
Because it's public housing, we're going for that conversion. So we wouldn't.
So we're talking about track conversion?
Yes.
You want to wait?
Yeah, can we just wait till we get executive?
Good questions, everyone.
But there are some questions that should be able to be answered right now. And this because regardless of who the contractor, there's certain questions that we should deal with because there's certain questions that he can't answer from our perspective.
Right. Okay.
So if we're gonna, and I'm with talking about it in the session. That's fine with me.
But if you have any questions you want me to answer?
Well, I mean, because now this is the first time in this conversation that was brought up that is going to be now converted to RAD. We're just hearing that. So what are the ramifications of that?
Okay. So this is the reason why I'm recommending, and basically all over the state going RAD.
But you understand how convoluted this has become, because first we talked about we're doing this to remodel our inventory. Now we want to switch the property into a different designation. So this is a deeper conversation than that.
Right. That's because there are not many options. The HUD is not sending out money to tear down and fix up or build new housing.
Right.
RAD is really one of the only options we have.
Okay, but that's if it was mandatory. Is this property in mandatory need of being torn down and rebuilt?
It's about 50 or 60 years old.
The question is, so that's a yes?
Yes.
You know what you're saying?
Yes.
So this property needs to be torn down and rebuilt right now. That's your assessment.
Any property that's 50 or 60
down
years
this
old.
road before, and that's your assessment. Are you qualified to make that assessment? If not, let's not keep running down these roads.
Any facility that's 50 or 60
So
years
you're
old.
certifying that property is ready to be torn down?
It's time for us as an agency
No.
to do that.
See, that's not the question, because how can you make that? Those are your words. What's the determining factor based on policy? Your words? Don't go down this aisle again like this. And let's table this into executive session, because you don't have the factors to determine that.
I think I do.
Okay, so give them to me then, please do. Separate than the 50 years.
As executive director, I have to make a judgments like this.
Okay, so as the executive
and I'm
director, you're making the decision that this needs to be torn down. Please put that
it
on
needs
the
to
record,
be.
please. Please put that on the record. Once again, we've been down this road before. Have you done any tests to determine that?
I've studied the situation.
Yes. Okay, so please give me the results of your studies.
We need to tear it down.
Based on
my assessment.
Okay, where is the paperwork on your assessment?
I don't have to give you the paperwork on my assessment.
Okay.
I'm the executive director.
Very,
Hey,
I made that
very good.
Hey,
Please keep all of this
Can
on
we,
the
can we,
record,
can we
please.
bring some order and
Very
just
good.
talk about this in executive
Well,
session?
I've already agreed to do that, but.
If you ask me in public,
once
I'm gonna
again,
answer you in
the
public.
insubordination of my employee.
I'm
You-
just answering
you
your
are employed
question.
by this board. Understand that.
And-
Keep that in your mind.
All right.
And if you ask me a
Again,
question, I'm gonna give you an answer.
Okay,
Dr. Bradley.
so you've done studies on this.
As
Yes.
acting parliamentary,
You
would
have
y'all
conducted
please?
studies.
Yes.
Okay,
Hey,
great. I
Can we
want to see
talk
them
about this in
today.
executive session?
I don't have to show you my study.
Great, you don't have to show me
No.
your studies, so you're gonna tear this down based on your words without showing the board
Exactly.
studies.
Yes.
You're gonna tear this down based on your word
I
without
said
showing the
yes.
board studies.
YES.
And you said yes, great, that's what I want
Thank
to
you.
hear. Please put that on the record, everyone. That's how we got into this Creekside problem. Do your history.
I wasn't here.
But you're doing the exact same thing.
I
Study
don't
your
know about
history.
that. I'm not that person.
You're not that person.
No.
And you don't seem to be doing any better, so let's please continue.
That's your opinion, but
Yes.
you have a job to do too.
Yes, I do. And
Hey,
it's
hey,
and it's
hey,
oversight
guys,
of
let's
you.
bring
And
order.
it's oversight of you.
And
Can we
oversight
go-
of yourself.
And you, but you don't oversight me, I oversight you. That's the hierarchy here. Understand that?
I run the day to day. This is day to day.
Great. So stick to
And
your
you're not
guns.
day to day.
So
Hey,
stick to
can we
your guns.
recess?
Stick to yours.
So stick to your
Hey.
guns.
Stick to yours.
I'm on
Commissioner-
mine, sir.
Executive, executive,
I'm
can
on
we
mine.
recess?
No, you're not.
You're insubordinate now. You're
And you're out of control, because you're trying to get in day to day, and I'm running day to day and do your job.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's recess.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. On the record, please. That's all I request.
I set up the record.
Hey, can we recess
Hey,
and
change
go
the
into
record.
executive session?
I said
Hey,
nobody-
we're recessing.
You change the record too?
I said them both for
You change the record too?
Going into executive
So you are
session.
Can I get a motion to go into executive session?
I make a motion, I move that we go into executive session.
May, can you second?
I second it.
Can we just be clear about what you're going to be executive session for, what statute?
He's gonna give us a report.
You said what statute? I give it to you, South Carolina Code Section 3478, 1 and A2.
And what will you be discussing?
In executive session, we're gonna discuss executive business of housing in executive session with our attorney.
South Carolina Supreme Court requires you to provide more than that.
I'm giving it to you. We're going to confer with our attorney based upon South Carolina statute, section 3478, 1 and 2, that says we can go into executive session and confer with our attorney.
You will only be discussing legal issues and pending litigation.
We will be discussing with our attorney. We don't have to at law tell you what we're going to discuss in executive session. We can go in executive session and come out, and if there is something that we need to move on, then we will. And
I
then,
just want to be clear, you are required by law to provide broad strokes of what you'll be discussing. I
The
understand
lawyer on the
nothing
phone,
specific,
the lawyer on the
but
phone.
just under law, and there are
Commissioner,
specific-
Chair.
Yes.
yes, we have the attorney on the phone.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll be going to closed session based on what we have on the agenda so that you can confer with legal counsel regarding pending litigation and Indian investigation matters.
So it will just be an investigation, any
He
investigation.
said, what's on the agenda?
What's on the agenda?
That's what he said.
And also, let me say this to you.
Nothing specific on the.
So let me say this to you, Mr. Seth.
It's a litigation.
And let me say this to you, because when you print, I hope you print this. You guys come to this meeting and always looking for a witch hunt. Let's talk about, do you show up at the whiteboard, that palmetto board, that they,
Let's stop.
do you show, no.
Please, let's.
Do you show up
As a
at that
board,
meeting?
let's stop because those aren't board
Chair.
permits. Please stop.
Chair,
Those
I
are
would
not board permits.
just point out that the executive session is to confer with the board's attorneys to obtain advice regarding legal matters, to discuss pending litigation and personnel matters pursuant to South Carolina Code Section 30-4-70A1 and A2. And that's listed on the agenda.
Let's go, Al.
Okay, I'm there. I'm waiting for y'all.
So to be clear, you will not be discussing this project or anything about.
Can you, get them on the line?
Okay.
There will only be discussion and investigation, no discussion of the project, that is on the agenda.
All right, we're doing all right.
Yes.
Messed up. That's like that, messed up.
Now, I need a motion to come out of executive session.
I move that we come out of executive session.
I second the motion.
Please let the record reflect that there was no action taken in executive session. I need a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
I second that motion.
Meeting is adjourned.
So I'm gonna go talk to